Checking audio. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sounds good. We are ready to get started. So, what are we doing today? We're going to finish up the tooltips. Basically, we're all the loose ends we noted yesterday under today's tasks. So, let's take a look at what we've got here. Okay, and I actually think we'll change our tooltip a little bit. Don't make the tooltip a child. I think we want to do timer stuff first. With EggTimer callbacks, update cursor, link timer. We'll make that a separate item. Okay. All right, so we got something. Hey, yes, speak of the devil. I'm here, present. We are taking what we wrote yesterday with tooltips and we're making it better. That's the plan. How are you doing today, Javest? Start with something super easy. Thing can already customize this. So we do a couple of these kinds of things to get warmed up. Then we do timers. Then we stop doing childish things. Then we change how we position it. Then we think about animations. Okay, I think that's a good lineup. I'm good, thanks. Been pretty hot today. 27°C. Oof, that's a little warm. Do you have a good AC in your office, air conditioner? Whew. Yeah, that's quite warm. We actually had a really cool morning this morning. Everybody else in the house was feeling cold. I felt good. I like that cooler. I like the cold weather better than the hot weather. I can always put on more layers. I can't remove. There's a certain layer beyond which if you remove more, you get sent to jail for indecent exposure. So, and I don't have the body to make this streaming thing really popular because of the way I look. So, all right, let's take a dive into Tooltip. Let's just change out the color a bit. Let's make this more pale. 192. That should be a nice little. Maybe go to 225. Or not 225, like, let's go 32, 32. Take a look at that. Yeah, that's pretty warm for an office. 25°C in Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's not that bad. It's not great, but yeah, it's a little warmer than comfortable. Not quite all the way to miserable though. Sandbox. Oh, that looks better already. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so that one's done. Made the yellow more pale, the black less black. Updated tooltip default colors. Alright, so there's an offset, a margin that we're using in our tooltip. Which when we set rectangle happens here. We compute a margin. Oh, we're already scaling it based on screen size. I already did that. I am so smart. Never mind, that one just goes away. But font size scaling is not done for the default. Now, set text size. I actually think that's too big. We're gonna go with like a 16. No. Let me think about this. We are 1024 wide over 1920 wide. Oops. Let's go with the scientific. Anyway, 1020. Let's see, 1920 over 1024. 1.75 times 16, so 30. One thing I really want to do is get this stuff moved out. So let's add an item to our to-do list. TextEdit. Move screen space scaling calculations out to a common place. Where do I want that? I don't know. It's literally just a small handful of functions. And I don't like these scattered all over the place, but we're going to do it one more time up here anyways. Frame height, sure, reference height, sure, scaling size, 30. Size. Let's see how that looks. So our default font size will always be correct according to the Windows side. Sandbox. Yeah, text is smaller. Maybe we put text near the top. But that also should scale with Windows size. If we go to settings, make it huge, which you can't see probably because of the way OBS scales things, but oh yeah, default size is not computed that way. set rectangle. So frame width, reference width, scale versus width. Frame height, reference width. Then we're going to say int default scale versus width 10. That's default wide. These don't really matter. They should be overwritten before we ever get anywhere interesting. And we'll just call default offset. Default offset. Default offset. And let's make those. Doesn't matter. Default width equals scale versus width. Now I have 250. That is definitely not scaled. No AC, standard cooling fan. Yep. Balcony door open. Get some airflow. Yeah. Oh, it's starting to cool down. Good, good. Yeah. Now 1.875 times 250 is, call it 500. Just say it's 500. It should scale down. And height. Scale versus height. And that's probably close to 200. So default width, default height. I guess that means a semicolon or something. Now when we bring up the old sandbox there, that looks better. Then if we set ourselves back to the small one, go back to the sandbox, that still looks like a reasonable size. So the default sizes are good to go. Font size and box size scaling, that's all done. Margin was already scaled. Font size now. Default font size. And default box size is now scaled. Easy wins. Tooltip, font size and box size, defaults, scale with window with red screen space. Boom, done. Next. Okay, timer support. So, the timer, so it doesn't just pop on and off all the time. We want a delay. So we need an EggTimer in here, actually. EggTimer underscore, oh, not that one. Yeah, sure. Underscore tooltip timer. Now, EggTimer needs to get some updates, but we'll be fine. Tooltip, opacity, hover. I want to move this up one. Short tooltip, EggTimer. It's going to have a duration. We'll figure out what that is. Okay, then. Hover equals hover. So this part actually is going to move somewhere else. So this handles the hover. Else we don't have hover. Underscore tooltip EggTimer start stop. For now, we'll just keep doing this. Because what we need to do is extend our EggTimer. Need is a, let's see, what's it called? A button. Click handler. So a function that takes nothing and returns nothing, we want this to be a being handler. Void set callback, which is going to be a ding handler. Ding handler. Ding handler. Timer. Is null. There we go. Okay. Set callback. M underscore ding handler equals handler. Then this has to be inside update. Somewhere. Ooh. Fine does not have an update. Do I want to require that all affine objects have an update function? I haven't needed to yet. There might be time. Let me think. Okay, option 1. We could make EggTimer part of the scheduler. Then when you ask for one, it's just always updated. How do I feel about that? Except that if Find doesn't know about the scheduler, I don't want to make it aware of the scheduler. Interesting. Not sure how I feel about that. Or we put the timer on tooltip. Just put it on tooltip. Right, so we get an event cover. We still enqueue the tooltip event. Tooltip EggTimer dot set duration. We'll say 1. Then we also need void show tooltip, hide tooltip. That goes above. These two. Ryder, hello, welcome, welcome. How's it going?
Can't unlock that door. I hope that's not the first.
Okay. We're gonna set the parent, we're gonna set whether it's, oh, we're not gonna do that. Let's set text position. This is all gonna change eventually. Won't even be that long, but we are then going to show tooltip. Else hide tooltip. Actually, and underscore tooltip EggTimer dot set callback to this show tooltip. Tooltip EggTimer dot start. Okay. Tooltip EggTimer. It is running. If it's not running, we just do this. This is the easy thing. If tooltip is enabled, just call hide tooltip. I can just call hide tooltip either way in this case. And if it is running, then we stop it. Stop. Started EggTimer. stop the EggTimer. Go tooltip. Tooltip. Okay, we're going to add an update function. Void update. Doesn't have to be used all the time, but it can be used. If is running, if has deemed I can call a full stop. It has deemed, it just stops either way, and if ding handler not equal to null, we call this happens sometime. If it's running, check to see if it is dinged. If it has dinged, stop. Ding handler is not equal to null. Fire it. Okay, let's try it out, just see what happens. Oh, nothing much. Leak coding. Yep. Me, I'm doing good. Yesterday had an activity with some younger folks. Made homemade ice cream. They seem to have fun in that. Ice cream is good. We didn't get Otherwise, yeah, I got some good work done today. Back in more active development mode here. Refactors can be kind of a drag sometimes, but they need to be done. At least these bots could do is like subscribe and watch for an hour, right? I mean, boost my numbers. I don't see it happening though. It's too cheap and too easy to not do anything useful. Oh, wrong one. Sandbox. Okay, so when we start the EggTimer, show the tooltip, when we pop off, it just immediately pops off. Hey, there it is. That actually worked so much better than I would have thought it would. Nice. Okay, I think that actually just worked. That's not bad. Okay. So scene. The show and hide tooltip are going to get a little bit more complicated, but not much. That timer was way easy. Now wait for a second before showing. EggTimer extended with callback and update function, not method. Basically it. That was easier than I thought it would be. Back to scene real quick. We actually need these since it actually does what it says on the tin. We made any changes here, so take out the log statements, save it. Get add everything, get egg timer has update and the callback. Tooltip pops up after a delay. Done. All right. Quick restroom break, and then we'll get into the next thing. And back. So, what we're up to is we're just updating our tooltips. One thing we do want to do real quick while we're in here is our tooltip timer duration can actually be like 2. I think we just set this callback once. I don't think we're using the callback for anything else. Okay. Next thing. Right now what we're doing is we're setting the tooltip to be a child of the thing that we're hovering. And I don't like that. So we're going to change it to take its position from the mouse position. So here, let's see, first of all, a tooltip event will not need a parent. There we go, easy peasy. And then a fine, we don't need this. We can just send a tooltip. It doesn't matter. It's not copied. Oh, it is. Is it copied? It tooltip event. Yeah, it's not copied. It's just a reference. So we can just remove the extra branching instruction here. It won't cost us any more to do that, even if we don't use it. Okay, then into scene, where we're actually keeping track of our tooltips. We're not getting any parent information. We're going to move to. We're not moving anything. Boom. That's basically it. And then in show tooltip, here we can do tooltip.move to, and it's going to be input. Since this doesn't happen in the update loop, it only happens once the timer is fired. This move to is easy and free, so we don't have to worry about pulling input instead of using a callback handler for performance. So what we want is mouse pose X. And mouse position Y. At the time that the timer fires. Okay. Nope. Sandbox. Sandbox. Here we go. So we hover 1, 2, pop. I feel like that's off by 10 pixels. It'll stay there. 1, 2, pop. Okay. 1, 2. You know, it's good enough. 2. Okay. So that feels better already. Tooltip doesn't get parent child relationship now. Instead, position is from mouse at time the EggTimer pops. I should be being this. There we go. Just tooltip to keep it all on screen. That is something we can do right now, since we just did positioning stuff. So let's save our work. Tooltip no longer gets parent-child relationship. It's going to die alone and position from mouse. Okay, tooltip, keeping it on the screen. We go to this. We can ask if there's anything off the screen, and if so, how much, and then we can move it. It's literally just this one place. If m underscore tooltip dot y is less than 0, dot, let's see here, const rectangle and r equals tooltip dot rectangle. So r dot y, if it's less than 0, we'll do things if r dot bottom. Let's just be consistent here. We'll call it top and bottom. If it's greater than, we need a margin here as well. Renderer frame height. We'll do some things there. Then we check if left is less than 0 and right is greater than frame width. Okay. Move the tooltip. Adjust to keep it all on the screen. Show the thing. Okay. So if the top of our box is above the screen, we need to adjust down by the amount of the. Actually, let's get a margin. I get a margin. So scene and let's see here. Tooltip does this basically right here. Oh, reference width is wrong. 1920. Yeah, 1920 is width. Grab these into the scene. Okay, int margin equals scale versus height. We want something like 20-ish pixels of margin. Okay. If the top is above that, we need to Doc is less than negative margin. Double tx equals 0. Double ty equals 0. Okay. So if we are above, we need to move it down. Therefore, take margin minus the top as our dy. Otherwise, if we're below, then we need to move it up, which is the frame height minus margin relative to the bottom. So if we're at 10 pixels below, it's bottom minus this thing. Similar thing here. So margin x is margin minus greater than x minus margin. X is, oops, r dot right minus frame width minus that. Then if underscore tooltip move by dx dy. Then show it. All right, let's try that. T was not declared. Okay. Typos. That's fair. I'm not doing anything with width. Okay, now to test. Go to our sandbox, and this thing will be fine. Oh. What? Uh-oh. Huh. Okay, possibility one is we're adjusting it the wrong direction and it's moving off the screen. Raider, AK Elements. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. So let's give a little shout out to AK Elements so that people who want to follow him can find him easily. Welcome, welcome. Yes, we are. AK Elements does some interesting things. He's been working on physics-based rendering shaders, PBR. Hopefully he's making good progress. Haven't watched him in a day or two. But an interesting project. He's working on his own game engine. I think it's called Onyx. Cool stuff. How was your stream today, AK? Done. Okay. Nice. PBR is no joke. You writing your own shaders for that, or are you doing it in like you're doing Vulkan, if I remember right. So that's I guess I don't know. OpenGL, we use GLSL. What does Vulkan use for their what do they usually use? SpearV. Oh yeah, that's right. That's a whole different shader. I do not know at all. Oh, GLSL probably compiles to SpearV then. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, those shaders get a little bit complicated. How many different physics based textures are you sending per material? Like 6? 5 or 6? You got your subsurface scattering, your ambient, or your color, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you do compile the SpearV. Okay. Yeah. The math behind PBR is crazy. Not crazy. It's just there's a lot of pieces, lots of pieces. That is pretty cool. So we are doing something a little simpler. We're putting together a tooltip option. I think I need to draw a picture. So if we have our screen, and yes, I know Emacs has a rectangular draw mode. I don't need it often enough to memorize it. So our tooltip pops up somewhere above. Like this. You want to adjust it back on. So this is like -10, screen space 0. Then we need to take the 0 minus, and in this case 0 is our margin. So if our margin is actually like 5, a margin of 5 pixels, 5 minus -10 means we need to move it down 15 pixels. That looks about right. You have albedo, normal, roughness, metalness. Then you can have an emissive. Oh yeah, emissive layer. That's right. Roughness, metalness into one texture, into a single channel. Interest. Oh yeah, that makes sense. And then you have a normal. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, metallic. It's a single channel. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Isn't there a subsurface scattering for that lovely skin texture? So you're at 4 textures now per material. So maybe 5 or 6. Although emissive can be made a single channel. No, it's a color, so it needs a full color channel. Or at least 3 bytes worth. Still, that's pretty cool. That's on my list of things to do 1 or 2 games down the road here. Not sure how subsurface works. Yeah, I watched a video on all the different math pieces of the PBR. I understood it at the time enough to be like, okay, that's what they're doing, but I couldn't implement it from that. I'd have to work through it. It sounds like a fun project, though. Super cool. Super cool. Okay. So I think that math checks out. We're going to go down to our height -5. That's where the margin will be. Basically, going to just move things around a little bit. So I think our problem right now is here. What we're most concerned with is that this thing is down here at h plus 10. What we want to do is move it up by the 15 pixels. So we need h. So we need our bottom layer minus height minus the margin. Bottom minus the height minus the margin. That looks right to me. Yeah. So yeah, we started on Tooltips yesterday. I think that it's good to we're going to show what the game modes are in more detail if you hover over them. We can use this to extend into lots of things. But yesterday we hacked together something fast and dirty. Today we're just going through the loose ends list to make it nice, which includes timer for delay. We're going to animate it a little bit. Right now we're just trying to force it to always stay on screen. So little bookkeeping things right now. Left, right, width, margin. See how that looks? That makes sense. Let's go to our sandbox. Cover this thing. Shift by nothing. So what's its position then? I said move to here. Let's just log that. Oh. Not shift by nothing. Oh, we should have. Tell me when I do stupid things like that. Move to input mouse. Input mouse. Y. Move to somewhere. We're a little past halfway that way. This is 1024, so that makes sense. We are near the bottom. 768, so that's correct. Then it wants to shift it by 74, which is, backwards. Because our screen is upside down. OpenGL space versus my own. Okay. Now, there it is, and it's on the screen, and it's got a margin. That one pops up. 1, 2, 1, 2 seconds feels too slow. 1 second feels too fast. Maybe we need like 1.5 second timer. but that works. Or at least on that axis it works. So let's see, if I go to, I need one that's near the edge that I can hover over. One near the top. That's fine. I need an element over here. So let's move back all the way over. Our sandbox. Set rectangle. There it is. So there's our Y. Cheat and make an X. That is a little bit more interesting. Int X equals frame width minus big button width plus a big face. Sure. Instead of this X, we're going to use this X. That should put the button in the bottom corner. And that will bring us to the ability to test the other edge of the screen. So if we hover here, I don't see it. Is it? Oh, it's shifting also not by the negative. Yeah, so what we're aha. So we calculated how far off we are. Then to shift it, we have to go negative. To undo that over. So that's going to fix that. And I fat fingered some key somewhere. Wow, we might actually get done with Tooltip faster than I thought. We might get into replay. There's a little bit of foundation work we have to do there, but so if we go over here, it pops up. Pop in over here, pops up. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Turtle. Adjust tooltip to keep it on the screen. We did it. Tooltip adjusts to keep on screen with a margin. Easy peasy. Hit status. Hit add everything. Hit knit. Tooltip adjusts position to stay on screen. Yeah, so if there's anybody who has any questions about what we're doing, why we're doing it, I'm doing a game engine with game with no game engine. First game is very constrained in scope, just so that we can build up the tools and the skills to build something more complicated. So this game is very constrained, very limited in scope, and we're going to build a second game once this one's done. And maybe the third game I'll go completely off the chain and do something original. This game is an homage to an old word logic game I played back in 1994 or so. And then our next one will probably go back older to an old Mac black and white game. We'll do a little spaceship flying one. But animate. Been seen. If GameContext use animations, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, it's just going to snap into place. The same structure will happen here. So we have the ability to turn off animations. So we have to provide both actions. The animation free version is obviously the easiest. But this isn't that bad actually. What we're gonna do is we can fade in, maybe do an alpha fade. We could do a scale. We'll do a fade to start. What we're going to ask for is an action sequence. Actually, let's take an action. Have a scheduler. Usually that comes with an action sequence. And an action. Okay, so we get an action from our scheduler. So our scheduler has a resource pool of things that it can work on. And when we say get action, there's already a pool of pre-allocated actions or action sequences that we can get. And so this is an action that we don't have to take control of, and the updating and the lifecycle of it is all managed by the scheduler. Then we need an animation, which again, the scheduler has the same thing. It has an animation pool that we can get. And its entire cycle is managed by the scheduler. Then we want to set up our animation. Which is going to do... we'll go for a quarter of a second. Let's make it slow to start with. You can always speed it up. So make it a full second animation to start with. Animation. Set start mode now. We might consider blocking so that it doesn't. Oh, that's not a thing. Okay, we're going to set range from 0 to 1, and the method to apply it, we're going to supply. So we're going to say a value is going to be what, so we're interpolating between 0 and 1, and this is the interpolated value. In fact, we're going to make it slightly more complicated. We're going to set easing curve method to quad in out. Just so it's not a linear interpolation, it'll have an acceleration, a deceleration stage. Just pass in the whole tooltip. That's easier than passing this object. So when we apply, so this is the function that's applied to each step of the interpolation between 0 and 1. So we get the text object. I'm going to set our text color to something, and our tooltip box also get a text color. That's basically what we're going to do. So one thing we want is to know what our start color and our end colors are. Text just color. We're not very consistent. So this is colors text start color, color text end color. Same thing for the box. 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 Okay. What we want to do is change the start color. And set alpha F. There we go. Set alpha F equal to the value that we've got that's interpolated. Same thing here for the box. Pass those in, so we get text start, text end, box start, box end. Ease, no animation. Interpolate. Since we're interpolating two colors at once, I'm just using a single parameter and calling the interpolate function myself. If we were just animating the single color, there's convenience methods for that. But text start color to text end color. And just to look at that, T from color to color, we just need the value. So what happens is, let's see here, let me go into animation here. Is T is our time over this duration. Okay, so when we set our duration, it's 1 second. Every frame it calculates how much time has passed, and then T is the ratio of how much time has passed out of our duration. So it's between 0 and 1. Then, depending on what easing method we choose, we parameterize our T so that it's not just a linear interpolation. We can take linear interpolation and we can cast it into a nice acceleration, deceleration, a bounce out. There's a whole bunch of different curves that we can use to make it look more natural. So this value we get here is the parameterized T of our animation. And we just apply the interpolation ourselves, our value, box, start color, box, end color, parentheses, parentheses, curly brace, parentheses. That looks like enough parentheses. Phew. That is the animate. We're hiding it. We'll just test that real quick, see how that looks. See if the animation looks okay. Oh. Using method. Pretty sure this was right. And we did know that. These don't need to be dot. Value was not declared. 0. You just set alpha to something integer. I want to go through the extra step. Okay. I don't think this is even a function. Color claw dot h. I never have a way to read the color. Here it is. Const color reference color. Oh, we have 4 colors, one for each. 4 colors, one for each color. Oh, we did make those public though. We're done testing, so I guess this just comes down here. Little clean up there. Color 0. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thing, space, forward, backwards word, color quad, rens, and there we go. Turn, and underscore color 0. Color 1. Color 2. Color 3. Okay. Then it's scene. Okay, fine. Let's just capture this. Use variable action. Oops, that's correct. So we set up our animation. Get an action, and the action's job is to set play animation of our animation. So the scheduler is going to say, you haven't started yet, go ahead and start, and the action will start the animation, and the action will keep track as we go through and say, are you done yet? Are you done yet? And when it's done, it'll tell the scheduler will clean up the animation and the action. And that's basically it. So that's built. Put a sandbox cover. It's not showing up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Actually, we're going to make this a little bit more complicated. Action sequence. The action sequence is going to have 2 steps. Step 1 will be to animate. Step 0 is to fire up the old thing here. We do this either way. Let's just oops, let's do this. Okay, let's see if that works. Sandbox. Hey, so that took a second to hover in. Yeah, let's make that a quarter second to see if that's a little snappier. I wanted it slow so we could see it clearly. But honestly, I think we're just about done. It's just a fade out and leave that we need to do. So sandbox, hover, boom, boom. The fade out is the same thing, but backwards. We're getting an animation. We're going to take a quarter second, quad in out. Now, we are showing, so we have the color. So basically, if we, yeah, the color as intended, that's fine. The end color. So here we want the end color to be alpha. So we're going from opaque to transparent. Okay. Well, that's the same. We need a two action sequence. We're going to start the animation. Then we're immediately going to, oh no, we're not going to start it. We're going to play it. So until that animation is done, we set immediately to a couple of things. A little bit more box start color. Set this to false and tooltip text to set text color. Oops. To our text start color and tooltip dot box set color to our box start color. So the reason we're doing this is we're going to fade from opaque to transparent of the colors of the text and the box. And when that's done, we will stop rendering the tooltip box, the tooltip, and we will set those colors back to the opaque value so that when we start our next show, we start with the opaque, and we're moving to, well, we get the opaque value. So if we in our scene set our tooltip box to have like 50% opacity, it would start from the 50% opacity, then we would set this to 0 manually. So I think that's basically it. This should now barring typos, maybe 1.5 seconds is too long. Maybe it is just 1 second. Back into the sandbox. Hover. Not bad. All right, so we've got animation in. Oop, we should test though. If we go into settings, turn off the animations, sandbox, pop, pop, pop. Settings, animations on. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Something went weird there. Oh, okay. So here's the last piece then. Set start mode, start mode. An animation sequence, or action sequence, rather. Set start mode. Unique. And wait. Wait your turn. Then we set our tag, which can be any old number, doesn't matter, as long as we're consistent between these two. So now, oh, come on. Okay, we can do this. What's happening is we're ending up with this thing grabbing its color, this thing grabbing its color mid this animation. So let's get action sequence. Mm-hmm. Capture this color a little bit differently. 0, 1, 2. Zero. It's going to kind of do this, but not quite. Um, okay, we're going to capture a pointer to this thing. Um, get those pointers. Oh, no, we can't do it that way either. Okay. Oh, gotta think it through. I really don't want to cheat. This also needs to capture this stuff. So this is a three-step action sequence. When we start the action sequence, we capture the current color at that time. Not at the time we create this sequence, at the time that the sequence starts. Grab those colors. Then we say start the animation, and when we're done, after we start the animation, we say, yeah, start rendering this. 0, 1, 2. In this animation, we'll get these values. Hopefully, this one captures it this way. Let's just see if that works the way I hope it does. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Color as this argument discards qualifiers. I'm okay if this is constant. Should assign to that okay. I didn't mark those as const. Is this thing taking them as const? Because that doesn't make any sense. It is a read-only, apparently, at 27. P10. So it won't let me capture those in one and have that same value shared by another. Oh, that's unfortunate. Basically, I want to capture this color into something the animation can get its hands on. No, shoot. We're so close. So close. could I? Well, oh, yeah, it is. Need to capture the color at the start. I know what the color is at the end. Okay, well, you could cheat. This and the animation. Get our color, we adjust the thing, color, and we adjust the thing. The animation gets initialized with those values. Then we start the animation that we set for render. We can try that. Sandbox hover. Okay, so that one seems to work. I guess we'll do that below as well. Let's set some timers up here. Go down. Define tooltip delay is going to be 1. Define tooltip fade is 0.375. And what's the last thing? I don't remember. Tooltip delay 375 is tip fade. Tooltip fade. Okay. So we need a 3-stage sequence. Sequence going to set immediate action 0. Capturing this and anim. While we do some things, which mostly looks like this. And then set the animation to do its thing. Then play the animation. Oh dear. Actually. This actually gets more complicated because you have this cleanup step afterwards. I do this? Three, 0, 1, 2. That seems odd and twisty, but I think it's right. Okay, sandbox for hover. Okay. Action sequence that's being silly. Okay, let's see here. Don't think I have. A good way to do this. I don't have this color until we've started. And the easiest solution is just always alpha goes from 0 to 255. I don't want to do that. I don't have these colors until here. Still wants this to work. Wants to work. I want it to work. I feel like it's close. Close, but not working. Oh, already running cannot update. That makes sense, actually. Except apparently that's not a thing I want to limit. Sequence. I guess we can try this. Just eliminate all the weirdness here. Might not know until action sequence actually starts what's more things in the beginning. Maybe we just want a warning when we're in debug mode. Yes, that all works. And the reason we went to all that effort is because we could do the following. We could set the box color to 28. We can give it an alpha. Should retain that alpha as we cycle it in. Sandbox. It's not doesn't look great here, but there might be situations where you do want a bit of an alpha channel fade here. So we can do it, we proved we can do it, and it doesn't kill anything. So action sequence. I think we just have to change it a little bit. Pound if not defined no debug. I always hated the logic on that one. I think it's backwards. And if maybe we got a warning. For if is running parentheses thingamajig d. Oh, Oh, I see. That was close. Close, very close. Okay, so what should happen is kill the line. Let me go to the beginning of the line. Kill and yank. One more time. Like that. Boom. Oh, that's not right. Why? Because I'm missing the buffer. There we go. Boom. There we go. That's better. Okay, now we're going to search for certain things. Search for / close brace. Delete it. Center F. Ooh. Might work out maybe don't. Or fine. That's fine. Those should not be updatable. Set a frame action, set a wait action, set a do until action. On start and on end have to be decided before we start. Oops. Nice that we get this warning, but it apparently should not stop us from just doing things. File. Okay. Phew. So, boom, boom, boom. It's already running. Ooh, uh-oh. Oh, our alpha got busted. Our alpha get busted. That's not good. Okay, one other thing. Actually, want to set the text just then. Scene. Tooltip stuff. Tooltip text. Folder. Um, Tooltip text folder. Oh, I didn't think I did that. Oh, right. Tooltip text folder. Don't want our text popping like that. Oh. Oh. Probably have to do a clean. Oh, that's gonna clean a lot more. Okay. Tooltips are very, very nearly done. Okay. Where are we at? A couple hours in? Not bad at all. Oh, oh, use variable x. That's fine. Okay. Oh, much better. So it's already started. It's fine. I guess that works. So that's a warning. It'll always show up when we do this, but it tells us what we need to know. That's it. So we got the animate fade in and out. Tooltip now has animations to fade in and out. Not bad. Git status, git add, git commit. Tooltip fades in out. All tooltip testing can be seen in Sandbox. Awesome. Not bad. Good progress. Good progress. Tooltips are done. So we have one thing we want to do for the cursor, and then we'll start on the next big project. So pretty good progress so far. I'm going to pause for a snack run here. I'll be back in just a minute. So I'm back, and here we go. The thing is, we did all of the tooltips updates we wanted. It now has a timer delay, it animates, the positioning is much smarter, scales with the screen size much better. So EggTimer now has callbacks. TextEdit has an update function. Okay. Which means we need to make one more change to the egg timer. Are we ready? We want to know, is this a single shot or not? By default, it will be single shot. That's not always what we want it to do, though. Rather, in our update function. Oh, this is a question also. Let's see here. Git status. See, in the source. Let's see who all is using EggTimer before I get too crazy about anything about fully refactoring. Exclude there's dependency. There we go. Okay. I really don't want these .o files. All right, let's just clean this up. Scratch buffer. Search for binary file and delete it. Search for and include and delete those lines. I don't care about those. Okay. So an action and an animation have an egg. EggTimer obviously has the most references. Has the so GameScene can be updated with our new thing. Make file obviously, so that's not interesting. Scene has the tooltip EggTimer. TextEdit. So literally, action and animation. We could use those callbacks in these locations. So let's keep that in our back pocket. EggTimer.pp. Is it single shot? The only place this matters is in our update function. It has dinged. We do this. If m_score is single shot, we do that. Otherwise, this is the fun part. M_score duration is going to equal, and I think what I want is called fmod. It's a floating point remainder of the division operation. So that's in math, I believe. CMath. fmod. Our current actually elapsed over our duration. So elapsed is our total running time, which takes into account how long we've got stored away and how much time we've elapsed since we started. So we need to reset our start time, which is very similar to a start. It's going to be a little different. Here. Okay, so if we are running, if we have dinged, we do the ding handler if we have one. If it is a single shot, we just stop. If it's not a single shot, what we do is we save how much we've run over as our current elapsed time and restart the timer here. So there you go. That's our new update with single shots in it. One other thing we want is rule in single shot. Is running. Take the timer. And that's basically it. Let's go ahead and note in our journal. Update update uses of EggTimer, which includes, and we have this in the scratch buffer. Animation. Those are both fairly straightforward. GameScene. This is the banner animation. That's that timer. Scene is the tooltip, which is already done. Tooltip timer already done. Sound. Not sure we need to worry about that at all. TextEdit is the cursor. Not single shot. So this one's already done. I don't know if I want to do sound. There we go. So we just gotta update those ones. Where are we at here? Things are looking pretty good as far as progress for the day. So EggTimer is going to now have that option. Scene. Tooltip timer already. So that one's sound. Let's take a look at sound and see what it uses EggTimer for. Maybe it would be better as a stopwatch, where a stopwatch counts up to not a specified time. Sound. EggTimer. It's running, stop it, pause it. Get our duration remaining elapsed is valid and start. Pause. There is no EggTimer does not need to be updated. really just a way to keep track of time. It's more like, no, sound does not need to be a thing. No change needed. Action. We have an EggTimer. This is literally just for checking the wait for some duration. Action. Set wait, set the duration. Start. Is running. There's no real callback here. I'm okay with it staying here. Clear. Reset. I don't think that needs to be updated either. No change needed. We don't need a callback set up that way. Animation. Not needed either. And start. Is valid. Start. Pause. Stop. Reset. Update. So animation has an update. Okay, so we can't really. No, this is fine. I don't think we need to update anything here. Don't need any update. No change needed here. GameScene. Timer banner 85. This is a one-shot timer, so that'll go away. Banner false. We could do this way. Entering timer dot update. If it's running, after we update it, then we do that stuff. A timer. Really nothing to it, so let's go to init game elements. Timer dot callback. to this, and all it needs to do is turn the banner off. Literally it. Try it out. We'll be using that once. Right here. Okay. Okay, now in theory, this is working. Yeah, so that timer works fine. Okay, last piece. In this update function, you lose focus, the timer stops. So what we're going to change is the following. That's where cursor timer set duration, and that's where cursor timer dot set callback to flip the cursor visibility. That's almost literally all we have to do here. Has deemed. So if we have focus, all we really have to do is cursor timer dot update. That's it. Should be able to see in our sandbox. Oh, it's a one shot. I need to change that. Cursor timer dot set I don't have a set. That's awkward. Wait, set single shot. Ooh. If you're already running, you probably should not be screwing around with that. Set single shot cannot modify while running. Otherwise, underscore is single shot. Well, it's the state that we're passing in. Then to TextEdit. Set single shot. False. Okay. That one can run it. It's not linking at all. Huh. Assert that we are valid before we can start. Fine. This valid should just mean we have a duration that's meaningful. Set duration 1 second, set single shot false. Set our callback. Close. That was done. Just a text edit left. Just a cursor blink. Oh. Observation. Or stored up elapsed. We aren't changing the duration. We're changing how long we say we've run. I blame it on streamer brain. Hey, our cursor's blinking again. While we're moving, it's not blinking. When we stop moving, it's... There. That's a much cleaner solution, I think. Now, the update function is just... We've got focus. Let's fire up that timer, and it will automatically make that callback when it needs to. Very nice. Boom, done. Journal. Updated all classes that use EggTimer where it made sense. They use the timer. Callback. Added single shot to EggTimer, which is used by cursor in TextEdit. Nice, and we've still got TextEdit. Maybe I should put the notes label above the notes that I'm taking. GameScene was the only real one we changed for the banner timer. Cursor. TextEdit. Cursor blink. And single shot to EggTimer, which is used by the cursor. EggTimer to support. Cursor blinking in TextEdit. Yeah, that looks like a reasonable description. Git status, git add everything, git commit. EggTimer has single shot. EggTimer callbacks used where appropriate. Boom, done. Journal. A number of these were small, but some of them were easier than I thought, so good progress today. Not bad, not bad. We've still got hours to go. Hours and hours. So, let's do two things. Add some tooltips to the game. Main menu, game modes at least. Game scene. I want at least the buttons on the side. Just a couple, just a few actual real tooltips. That way it's not just all hiding in not just hiding on the sandbox. Kamala Harris is now on Twitch also. Lol. Interesting. I didn't think she was a gamer. And sadly, she probably has more viewers than I do. So, you know, what do you do? What do you do? Savage Lord Severus, welcome back. Yes, hello, Skeleton. He's still here hanging out. Hi, disc. Disc? Which disc? Are you talking about like a frisbee disc up in the upper corner? I gotta run for POTUS. You know, I thought briefly about getting into politics. I investigated a little bit because, frankly, large portions of the world are going to hell in a handbasket. Oh, discourager of hesitancy. I see. No, yeah. Sorry, I'm a little slow today, apparently. I blame it on streamer brain. We blame everything on streamer brain. Usually I shorten it up as the dough. Or just dough. But disc, I understand now. That makes sense. That works. That tracks. Anyways, I looked into getting into politics, and to do anything meaningful, you basically have to become part of the machine in such a way that I don't think... I'll just call you Carl. Yes, dough, exactly. Just like the Homer Simpson sound. Although, frankly, I like red dough, or, you know, donut dough, or cookie dough. Cookie dough's good. Yeah, you can call me Carl. You can call me what you like, just don't call me late for dinner. Yeah, so I kind of became a little discouraged about politicking. I don't think I'm built for it, and I think it destroys you. Just entering the arena changes who you are, so don't want to do it. But I did join the the municipal city council of my huge village of 300 people. So that's about as much politics as I get around to. Once a month, city council meeting. That's about it. American politics are the worst. I would hesitate to say it's the worst. I will grant you there are some significant downsides right now. But I think you look around and there are plenty of other places that are every bit, if not more, screwed up. Some better, some worse, different areas. If you can identify your entire personality with one of two options, you're bland. Petty people fighting for power. These days, though, I think the large part of the problem is actually in the how globalist everything's become. We should all be the same. We should all have the same values. We should all be the same. I like being able to move to a location where the people there have the same values I have. And that way, if you don't like it, you can move. And if I don't like it, I can move. There's a reason I will never go to California. It's this idea that the whole world should be the same. I hate that. Go be yourself somewhere where you can be yourself. But yeah, it's become very polarized. Not in that people disagree. That's always been a thing. But the fact that you can't be friends even with people who disagree with you. It's like, wow, when did that change? I remember getting into arguments with people I liked a lot, but now people are like, I won't even talk to that person. I've blocked them on Twitter. You're like, what the heck? You used to go over to each other's houses for dinner. What is wrong with you? Grow up. I don't know. Craziness. Craziness. We should be able to talk and disagree. There are a lot of petty people fighting for power. Yeah. It's like they never got out of high school, you know? Alright, so let's go to main menu. Marathon, sprint, and golf. That's really, we're just gonna head over here. Tooltips. Set tooltip. Guess as many words as you can. Guess. Or deduce. We don't want to do guessing. Deduce. Deduce 6 words in the shortest time. And then deduce 9 words with the least number of guesses. So there's one. The other thing is in GameScene. Init game elements. What we want are these 3 buttons. There we go. Perfect. Set tooltip. Yeah. Skeleton. I keep thinking about naming it. I keep having one, and then I forget it, and then it never sticks. Um, exit to main menu. That should be it. That should be a good enough start on just having these in place so that we can have a tooltip that we can see when it's not in. So if you hover, deduce as many words as you can. Sprint, deduce 6 words in the shortest time. Golf, deduce 9 words with the least number of guesses. Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. Marathon mode. Sprint mode. And golf mode. We need to put in a practice mode. Maybe we should put that down here. Gameplay. Practice mode. Set single word. Set number of guesses between 10 and 20. And can either have random or set word. So you can have somebody, you can turn your back and somebody can set a word and then you try it. Or you can set the word knowing it's a hard word and try to find a way to deduce it. But basically, and no high scores. No high score. Okay, boom, there we go. You got tooltips, nice. Iraq or Vietnam, where you would stop talking based on opinions there. Yeah. Okay. So, build that more time. Yeah, tooltips are in, they're good. Did you create the engine for this too? There is no engine. It's like in the Matrix where the kid says there is no spoon. That's what I did. So let's see here. If I go over here and fire it up, this is my list of dependencies. I use glfw, which brings in my OpenGL, my glue extension, my GL extension wrangler. So really this is one dependency. I'm using GL math, which I will get rid of in the next game. We're using free type for our font rendering, which I want to get rid of in our next game, but we'll see. And then port audio for our sounds. That's it. So the game engine is whatever I've built. And I've built it in such a way that I only add abstractions as needed. So you might see things you're like, oh, well, you should build this to be hierarchical and that to have virtual functions. And I'm like, nope. I build that when I need it. Sometimes that bites me, but other times it's not bad. QE Sleepy, welcome to the chat. Thanks for the encouragement. Always good to get some encouragement. I forget I had some esoteric issues with glue. I used GLAD in my project. Interesting. Yeah. I know there's esoteric issues, whatever I use. It's just too many dependencies. I'm trying to eliminate all dependencies in my life that I can. So if you have an issue with it, choose something else. Like that's actually why I ended up with port audio. I looked at a few systems and they all looked too bloated and too big. Port audio was about right. So yeah, that's where we're at. So let's see here. Welcome everyone to the chat. Welcome to the stream. For those who are interested, there is a thingamajig. I tell dad jokes. Okay. Anyways, there's a Discord server where you can get notifications when I go online. There's also a Twitter. Older videos are uploaded to YouTube and Rumble. You can find those links in the About tab on Twitch. And QE Sleepy, if you want a dad joke, we'll start with a simple one. It's a classic. Where do you find a dog with no legs? Savage Lord Severus. You remember I was finishing a contract? Yep. And moving to a new contract? Yep. Oh, that contract ends this week. Got it. Got it. Sometimes he left. Yep. So where do you find a dog with no legs? Right where you left him. Or if you want something more pun related here, there's a vulture walking towards the airplane on the tarmac, and as it gets to the bottom step, he's got one dead raccoon under each wing. He gets to the bottom step of the plane to load up, and the stewardess says, "Excuse me, sir, you can't get on the plane like that. Only one carry-on per passenger." Oh. Savage Lord Severus, I used to have a dog with no legs. I called him Cigarette. Every night I'd take him out for a drag. Yes. Yes. Perfect. No, I actually have a whole text document of all the good old jokes. But we can do jokes for a little while. Do I know Star Wars? Yeah, I know the Star Wars. I am a bit of a stickler for the original trilogy pre special edition, but I do know it. Haha, go on KQE. Why did I call you Q? I don't know. What software do Jedi use? I don't know, Sleepy. What software do Jedi use? Adobe One Kenobi. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Although some of my favorite Star Wars jokes were Jedi redneck jokes. You might be a Jedi redneck if you've ever used the Force in conjunction with fishing or bowling. You and Sev were cracking on this stuff. Yeah, yeah. Or you might be a Jedi redneck if your body odor offends Wookiees. You might be a Jedi redneck if you can accurately describe the taste of barbecued Ewok. Jeff Foxworthy. Yep, there you go. Classic stuff. You can't go wrong with redneck humor. Especially since I live in a rural, very rural part of the country. Plenty of rednecks around here. I owned up to the shirt, dude. Yes. No false advertising on this channel. No, like I said, I've got a whole text document full of jokes and things, so Ron White. There you go. I don't know, like, okay, so my favorite is definitely Brian Regan. Brian Regan's great. Super good. Foxworthy had some good bits. Bill Engvall had some good bits. I love the Bill Engvall one about the kids in school. Love his story about getting thrown out of a bar in New York. Nice, nice. There's some really funny comedians out there. Yeah, Bill Engvall with his kids in school. That one cracked me up. But Brian Regan, just, I have 2-3 hours of his stuff that just it's all good. Spelling, saying half a thing and then saying half of another thing. TV shows, yeah, talking about fishing on TV. It's good stuff. Yeah. So, question is, oh wait, we didn't test that. We should test it. So we're going to hover this one, remove all the current deductions. So we hover this one, reject a preset list of letters, and surrender. Oh, it still says surrender. Shoot. I thought I fixed that. GameScene. Yeah, I like a good comedian. Eddie Izzard's Flight of the Volkswagen always cracked me up. Back set tooltip. Set tooltip. Oh, I see. Set text. Everywhere where we set it to be, we have to update it. Louis C.K. had some good bits. All-time favorite is Richard Pryor. Oh, yeah, Richard Pryor was a riot. He was hilarious. I haven't used that in ages. So there's the surrender. There. Okay, we are still missing one. It's that one. So, do Emacs run in your blood, or have you dabbled with Vi? No, I have not. I have not cheated on Emacs. I started using Emacs in college. We had to submit our assignments on the Sun machines, so you had to be able to do some basic text editing on the terminal. And I just randomly chose Emacs. That's the one I learned. I actually forced myself to use it in college so that I would know it. And then by the time I hit the job place, I knew enough Emacs to be very efficient with it, and Vi was not on my list. So I know enough Vi to quit. If I accidentally run something in Vim, I can get out. That's the important thing. Surrender. Exit to main menu. There we go. That worked. All right. Now, while I will tease the Vim people about being very silly or, brain damaged, I really don't care. I figure any real programmer probably should learn either Emacs or Vim. And if your only real editor is VS Code, you probably actually are brain damaged. I have enough respect for the learning curve of Vim that I think if you've learned it, you've tried, you're doing good. Or if I tell you I use JetBrains Writer, no, come on. We don't talk about JetBrains in here. Yuck. I don't know, just the longer I've been programming, the less layers I want on top of everything. I want to be as close to the middle as I can. I have more control, less people's stupid ideas in my way. VS Code, but I'm a noob. Yeah, JTL, I know you're a noob, but VS Code, really? None of that Microsoft crap. Yeah, exactly. No Java. I don't want programming languages to hold my hand and put on the training wheels. Went from Notepad to Skype. I've used Skype to Sublime. I've never actually used Sublime. Yeah. To VS Code. Unfortunately, these days, VS Code is about the only one that supposedly has decent debugging. So even people that hate VS Code, I think, pop into it then when they want to run a debugger. But okay, if you can use Vim, you have some respect. That earns you points. Okay, Vim then. Emacs might be a bit much for me at this point. Well, JTL, I would say they both have a very, very steep learning curve. They are not key-bound like anything you've ever used before. So take your pick. Vim comes pre-installed on almost every Linux distro. Emacs, I usually have to run a one-liner to get Emacs on there. But VS Code isn't really Microsoft, it's addEvent behind the scenes. Okay. But yeah, JTL, you can learn either one, Vim or Emacs. Actually, yeah, you probably, if you guys be serious about coding, you gotta learn one of them. Gotta learn one or the other. You don't have to use it a lot, but you should have it in your tool belt. So you really want Sublime addEvent VS Code. Okay. Yes, the great editor wars. That's actually a question I would throw out when I was interviewing for new employees. I'd say, "What's your preference, Vim or Emacs?" And if they're like, "I don't know, I use VS Code," it kind of told me what kind of developer they were. If they had an opinion, a strong opinion, like, "Oh, well, I don't use either one. I use Sublime or Skite," or they at least they have an opinion, right? At least they cared enough to try a couple different things. So that was what I was looking for. Was more about interest, passion. I mean, these are tools you're going to use for your whole life. You don't buy the cheapest crap Walmart hammer if you're going to be a professional carpenter. Actually, look back with great pride at the Note++ days. Yes, I did. I used to put Notepad++ portable on a stick, so that when I'd go to somebody else's computer to help them out with their code, I would not use whatever they were using. At least Notepad++ didn't get in my way. Before that, though, when I was in college, before I switched over to Emacs, it was Bloodshed, the Bloodshed C++ compiler. Ooh, those were the days. Saying for school PCs that would delete all the temporary files every time you logged off. Yes, exactly. You buy the cheapest hammer when you're just starting out and use that until it explodes. Yep. But by the time you're at Master Carpenter or something, or even Journeyman Carpenter, the head's fallen off of the cheap crap. And yeah. That's what I'm saying. You start with whatever. But if you're still using the training wheels when I'm hiring for a senior engineer problem, that's a problem. Cheap, Vim and Emacs are free. Okay, when I say cheap, in this case I'm talking about learning curve and power. Yeah. Anything is free if you put some effort into it. We don't talk about sailing the high seas here, even if we do not discourage it. How's that? I have no moral sermon about what should and should not be free. Okay, so we got that in there. So sure. Oh, what am I doing? We threw some tooltips in. Added some tooltips to main menu and GameScene, so they don't just exist in sandbox. That way we'll run into them on occasion and make sure they're still working. Yeah, come on. There we go. Let's see here. Even cyanide is edible once. Did you ever use Windows at all, or did you switch from? Okay, Q Sleepy. Right now I'm developing on Windows. I've developed on Mac, Windows, and Linux. the thing is, I will be able to sell this game on Windows. I might not be able to sell this game on any other platform. The biggest PC gaming, the biggest gaming desktop is Windows. So I'm just targeting Windows for now. However, that being said, I prefer a lot of the Linux stuff. So I install Cygwin, MingW, MSys2. So by the time I've got it all into Emacs, it looks very Linux-like, but I am on Windows. It's way easier to make Windows look like Linux than it is to make anything else look like Windows. Yes, cyanide. Cyanide can be taken in very, very small doses. You can even build a small tolerance to it, but why? Why would you? When you type git status. Oh, interesting. I've never seen that command line tool. Sleepy, look at the paths. Yep. Yeah, like I said, it's not easy to tell it's Windows unless you look at the paths. I would be happy, well, would I be happy in a world where everybody used Linux? I don't know. The distros have fragmented and not all of them are any good. In fact, a lot of them are quite bloated and terrible as well. But Microsoft is actually evil, so what do you do? You know what I use it for mostly, though, when you're on a new branch and you type git push, we'll retype it with set upstream branch name. Oh. Interesting. I'm trying to think if I've ever actually used set upstream branch name. If I push to origin, it's just -u origin branch name. And then after that, it's git push. Yeah, I don't know. Origin branch name. Yep. Oh, okay. So that's very similar. This is why I use it. Yeah. It depends on how you've configured your local branch, whether it's pointing at the origin or not. When you do a local branch, you want to push it to remote. I think usually I do something like this. And as a single user, I haven't used this in months. So git push -u origin branch name. I think it's something like that. If I'm pushing a local branch to remote to create the remote branch, but then they're pointed at each other, so the setup stream is already done. Then if I have a remote branch, I usually just check out the remote branch. Then it's one of the best apps to install. Okay. SL. Which one is SL? So when you mistype LS, this is like Cowsay, yeah? Everybody knows the Cowsay Linux utility. SL. All right, I might have to actually grab that one. Yeah. You know the website version? The website version of Cowsay? Yeah, I thought. So for those who don't know Cowsay, let's see if I can. Here we go. We can educate. Ismycomputeron.com. Oh, geez. What do we got going on here? Does it have to think real hard about it? Yes. Ah, well, that's good to know. I'm glad the internet has verified that my computer is on. Okay, so journal. Some of this was quite broken out, but we are ready now to talk. Save games. We want to be able to save a game and play it back. Once we have replays, save files, then we'll implement high scores. Because we want each high score to have a replay attached to it that you can click and watch them play through the high score. However, save is going to be a little bit interesting. We have a couple things we have to do first. That won a competition. Rightfully so, yes, agreed. I forget what it's called, but it was to make the most useless tool that actually performs its function properly. Yeah. Yeah. Although I mean, there are some great competitions out there. The obfuscated C code competition is hilarious. And sometimes mind-bending. It's kind of amazing. And then you have the, what was it called? Malicious? Underhanded C code competition, I think is what it was called. So the obfuscated C code competition. Let's get links in here. Yes, the IOCCC. The goal is you have a limited number of non-white space characters and a limited number of white space characters, and you try to write code that's completely incomprehensible. And then, yeah, get your beverage of choice. Come on back. So the obfuscated C code competition, you want to write something which is so unreadable but does something interesting, and people have done some crazy stuff. Except they'll like do ASCII art in their code. They will, but then like it's always mind bending what it does. Like so, one of them was you can enter a number, and it would render it out as ASCII art Elvish characters. It was crazy. Or one of my favorite ones was actually kind of a cheat, but the code was unreadable. Then you compile it and you get an executable. Then if you run the executable on the source file, it would output another source file which you could compile. And what was happening was they wrote one program that would embed one text file in another text file as white space. So like a space is a 1 and a tab is a 0, right? And it would embed your text inside of another text as white space. Then they wrote the decoder, which would go through a text file and decode the white space as text. Then they compiled both versions and they embedded the decoder. No, they embedded the encoder into the decoder source and recompiled that. So what they submitted was one file, but it contained two programs which would decode and encode each other. Yes. See, isn't that? I mean, it's obvious what this does, right? Anyways, international obfuscated C code competition is awesome. Some of those people are really good coders. 2 lines of code that parse 2 lines of embedded comments in the code to read the Mayan numbers representing the individual ASCII characters that make up the magazine title, rendered in a 90-degree rotated ASCII art. Nice. Yeah, these people are good. The other one, underhanded C code competition. This one's a little different. Let me see if I can find a good link to it. Yes. So this one's awesome. They'll give you a task, and like one of them was write an algorithm that will route an airplane passenger's luggage from city A to city B, right? But then you have to write your code in such a way that it looks right, it looks correct, everything is passes the smell test of doing things right. But then every once in a while, for inexplicable reasons, it needs to misroute the luggage. And you can't be able to easily spot the bug. And that's like the whole underhanded C code. It needs to look like you really wrote good code, but then it does something malicious, and you can't figure out where in the code that happens. It's so funny. Yeah, the luggage routing one was classic because we've all lost luggage, let's be honest. Okay, so part one of replay is we need GameScene on load needs to get state, not reference game context everywhere. Some state will come from the replay. So we have game context. It has a certain amount of state, like animations are something you can turn on or off. Like I imagine the speedrunners will turn off animations. So when you save your replay, that's important to know. Right now we're getting that flag from game context, and we're just everywhere we were saying, are we using animations? We're getting it from game context. Instead, we need to on scene load, look it up from game context. Then when we load our replay, it'll overwrite that local variable. So that's one thing we need to do. Another thing we need to do is scheduler. We need a user input buffer. Scheduler. Once wrote a setter for a parameter in C# that would set the value, wait 5 seconds, then set it back to the original value. I called it Tenacious C. Okay, that's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, you seen those useless toys where there's a box and you hit the switch and the door with the lid opens and one of those like mannequin hands comes out and pushes the switch off and goes back in, kind of like that. There was a coworker of mine. There was some new kid before I got there who didn't really know Linux very well. So what they did was they jumped onto his machine when he wasn't there. He didn't lock his screen. And they wrote a script which, on a cron job, would open his mouse settings and change them. So every day he would come in and his mouse sensitivity would be turned up just a little bit, like not enough to notice, just a tiny bit once a day. But like at the end of a couple of weeks, like he had to sit there and like with 2 hands trying to move the mouse exactly the right amount to hit a button anymore. Didn't figure it out. They had to fix it for him. Yeah, I thought that was kind of a funny one. It would have been very frustrating. But as soon as my mouse started acting weird, I'd be like, I need a new mouse. And then after I got a new mouse, I'd be like, oh, it's something software. And then I would have figured it out. I don't deal with things not behaving the way they should. I want it simple. I want it robust. I want it to work the same way every time. Someone's office door. Okay, interesting. Story time, always good. Had hinges you could adjust the tension. Okay. Oh, so it's just slowly changed how fast it would spring shut. I could see that being a oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, yeah. The I assume it was the boss's store, right? Yes. Yes, we can be so cruel. You know, I actually haven't been party to any sorts of pranks at work. People I worked with were usually pretty decent folks. Nobody I thought deserved anything more than, turning their things on their desk all upside down. Keyboard, chair, that sort of thing. But yeah, if they were complete jerk, I'd say that would be a good one. That'd be funny. Adjustable door hinge. I'm gonna have to let's keep my eyes open for that one. Be a good one to pull. So thinking about user input buffer. So here's the thing. Right now, the game scene takes user input from the input. So like our key press handler, right? Which goes here. So when somebody presses a key, we look and see if it's A through Z, we enter the letter, we delete the letter, we submit a guess, clear a guess, right? Those are like the actions we take. But it's bound up with this input. And when we do a playback, we can't fake this input or this. Well, we could fake this event queue, but I don't want to. I would rather have these things be actions we could take based on the scheduler. Because then I can just, when we're running a playback, I can literally just dump these calls, not these calls, but, and enough information into a user input buffer to just execute these on a timer. So that's one thing. We need to buffer our user input so that we can just insert stuff into that buffer and not have to fake input. So that's one thing. We could let the scheduler handle it. It's fine. But we need to get state separate from the GameContext object. Okay. Speaking of which, JTL, why aren't you working? I thought you were working today. That was tomorrow you were off. Oh, that's right, the floating holiday. I forgot about that. Yeah, then you got one day next week. Sounds good. Tuesday, yep. I keep forgetting Monday's a holiday. It doesn't really affect me right now. So let's see here. How many people in here, United States, get the Labor Day off? Big plans? What's going on? Barbecue? Everybody barbecuing on Monday? Even if you're not in the United States, you can still barbecue. Once I have those two things. Record user actions and games date. Then the last thing is save, load, replay, playback, replay. Those are kind of the high level items that need to be done. What's the significance of Monday barbecue? It's Labor Day in the United States. Labor Day. Here we go for the non-natives here. Boom. Federal holiday to recognize the American labor movement. There you go. But yeah, mostly it's just a reason for people not to go to work and to barbecue. Except I forgot it was this Monday because I don't have a job right now, so every day's a day off. Not supposed to wear white after it? Not that I know of. I don't think so. I've never heard of that. Let's see here. Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. In fashion, Labor Day is or was considered the last day when it was acceptable to wear white. You're right. Apparently that's a fashion thing. I have never heard of that. Wow. In the 2020s, some people have approved of wearing white year-round. Huh. It's also the last day to wear straw hats. The straw hat riot. Interesting. I'm learning things. You remember that from Serial Mom? I have never heard of that. I guess I did not. I don't know enough about Serial Mom. Interesting. Kathleen Turner, Sam Watterson. 1994 satirical black comedy slasher. Okay. That's just me not being socially up to date on all the latest shows, I guess. Sleepy's Dutch. He wears straw hats all year. Well, I was going to say, if you came to this stream for fashion advice, this is not the place, but here we are learning all about fashion. Latest, it was 1994. Yep. 1994. Good heavens. I'm not really into fashion. I wear jeans and t-shirts. Flannels when it gets cold, down to about 32 degrees, about below freezing, I should say. Below freezing, I'll actually put on a coat. So I think this is my plan. With this one, perhaps being how does each scene deal with user input buffer? It's kind of an open item. I'm just trying to think through the design. You were 10 when that was released. Let's see here. Yeah, hey, I was 10 as well. We're the same age, Savage Lord Severus. Congratulations. I still never saw it. My mother was a little bit protective about the kinds of shows we watched in the house. I grew up on old Disney shows way back in the day when they were still good. And Poirot, we watched Poirot every Thursday night. The old BBC ones, they were quite good. I've always liked Agatha Christie. Oh, original voice of Mulan? That's kind of cool. Where'd you do that at? Ming Na Wen. She played in Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett. Met her at the Star Wars Celebration in London last year. Oh, cool. You know, I did not watch The Mandalorian or Book of Boba Fett. But still, that's kind of cool. London. Star Wars Celebration in London. That's kind of cool. You know, I don't really go to that many conventions and things. I've been to a couple of GDCs. I guess I went to a Unity thing once. I went to a bunch of telemetry conferences when I was in one of my jobs. Yeah, I should do more fun things like I don't know about Star Wars conventions these days, but ooh, nice. Ooh, photos with Emperor and Darth Vader. Sweet. That's pretty cool. Okay. I guess the coolest thing I've done in a while was I was a contractor at NASA, and they have that huge pool where they do the zero G training for astronauts. They'll strap them into their EVA suits and dunk them in the water. We watched them do a dive, so we saw the astronauts suiting up. We got our picture taken with the astronauts, and then they went in. It's actually kind of an interesting process. There's actually multiple divers around each astronaut because the astronaut is hooked up to air hoses and power hoses to their suit while they're underwater, and the divers are there to, well, one, save them if anything goes wrong, and two, to keep the hoses and cables out of the way. And actually, they get pretty good at it, where the astronaut underwater can't tell that they're still wired up to the surface. So that was kind of a cool experience watching the divers like swimming around the astronaut, keeping their cables free while they were practicing their thing. So yeah, I got a picture with an astronaut. That was pretty cool. In full EVA. Oh, for those who are not, EVA is extravehicular activities, so they call them an EVA suit for when you go outside your craft. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't have any pictures with any like movie stars or music people or anything. Okay, so the one thing we need is play mode, use animations. Let's write up a list here. Let's go to scratch buffer. Do that. So we want GameContext. We want that thing. We want this thing. We don't care about the colors. That does not change a replay. And colorblind people should be able to watch replays by other people without being messed with. Preset reject characters. That actually is something we want, because if they click the button, we want to know that. Master volume. We don't care about the volumes. That's not a thing that we want in a replay. Not interesting. Okay. So that's most of that. Is that really all we need to save out into the game scene itself? Load it. Basically. Alright, so let's I'm gonna go for a restroom break. Then we'll pick up right there. Those are the only three things I really need out of game context in the game scene. So game scene. Private. There's our cheat. Game context play mode. Use animations. Const char star. Reset reject. Okay. Game context mode. Game context. Use animations. Game context. Preset. Rejects. Game context. Preset rejects. That's just it. There. Now everywhere else where it says game context. Oh, that's actually lets us clean up the thing nicely. Okay, so game context. We don't actually need both of these. We just use one. We then go to setting scene, selected mode. Make it mode, 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 mode. Much better. Use animations, preset reject characters. So the reason we store game state in game context is because when the game finishes, I need to know if you finished in a win, lose, or losing situation so that we can address the high scores at that point. If you are a loser, you don't get a high score. And we need to pull that out into the main menu from the game itself. So I think that's that. So everywhere that we do game context from here, play mode. Let's see here. Yeah, play mode. So we're just going to do this. Change all of those to M. Oop. M underscore play mode. Okay, what else we got here? GameContext. Use animation. So this is all going to get replaced with m_use animations. Replace all of those. What else? Preset rejects. There we go. Colors. Actually, let's see here. So that's fine. I'm just making sure that I haven't missed something that we do want to pull into the game scene one time at the start. Okay, I think that's good. Let's compile. See how close we are. Asian. Okay, we're gonna make sure it still works. Go to golf, we play, and it of course dies. Should do a full clean, I guess. Just to make sure. Where are we at? It's only 4 o'clock. Nice. That's good productivity today. It almost makes up for the last 2 weeks of refactoring. Okay. So go to golf mode, we play. T or A, D or S, E or S. T, A, E or S. STMPP and D. A or E, M or E, E or S. T or A has 1, so S has to be out. Therefore, E is in. M is out. T or A, but A has to be out, so T is in. ED. Oh, there's my last letter. It's either B or Y. ED. Typed. There we go. Sometimes it doesn't always come. Yes, you got it. Nice. I agree. Okay. So, golf mode. Rewarded for the lower number of guesses. But everything seems to be working. We didn't break anything. So, surrender, back, right. Yeah, nothing crashed. So, journal. GameScene gets use animations, preset rejects, and reload runtime from GameContext. This lays the groundwork for replays where GameScene will get these values from the replay, not from GameContext. Playback replays. GameScene gets some values one time from game. Really not that interesting with task, but that's okay. User input buffer. This might be the interesting one. So where, so it's scene, do update. The scheduler runs after we've done the update and after we've done user input. Therefore, we can't run a user input on the same frame that it's inputted. So on update is where we get the, oh, that's not true, is it? Oh, this whole flag can go away. Yikes, I forgot about that. We're not using space anymore. Okay. So, on update. That's not when the callback is done. The callback will be done before this. I think. As an application loop. Where's my loop? Our main loop updates our time, then our input. This polling is when keyboard and mouse inputs are registered and the callbacks are executed. Then the scene manager does its update. The scene updates the scheduler after that, inside of that. So if a user has input on the same frame, we can still execute it. Scheduler. Because what we want is basically one place for all user input actions to happen. Oh, interesting. Only user input actions? Or recordable events? What do I want to call this? Date night. Okay, JTL, thanks for dropping in. Have a good one. I want to play this now. Yeah, so it's a game from 1994 that this is an homage to. And actually, it's very addicting. Like it's a nice little logic game. It's like Sudoku or one of those kinds of games where you just think it through, do the logic. Yeah, maybe I'll use you for a beta tester. Just stick around on the stream long enough. Once we're almost done. Yeah, actually, our about screen. Let's see here. I give information about the game. This game is an homage to Wordbreaker, a game made by Bob Uscali in 1994. I used to play it on a Mac when I was a kid. And there are links there, so if you, I don't know if you can read those. That font's a little bit on the small side. But if I hover here for a minute, maybe you can screenshot and look it up yourself. You can play the precursor to what I'm writing. It's kind of a fun game. Nice, quick, easy, low stress, just a nice little game, pass the time. All right, I gave you long enough. If you need to, you can go back to, I upload my videos to YouTube and you can find it there. What? Timestamp just about 4 hours. Okay. So, scheduler. I'm thinking of it as user input, but there are other things that have to happen in the game. And do I... I took a bunch of notes about the things I would need. So let's do that. Let's go to GameScene. Press handler. So we got that thing. Oops. Put this into a scratch buffer. GameScene. Enter key is one thing we need. Delete letter. Another function we need. Submit our guess is here. Clear the guess. A nice little shortcut. Mouse press handler. Letter click is a thing that has to happen. Mark a deduced letter. That's not at all what I was going to paste. Switch between notebooks. Copy the notebook to another notebook. What else do we need? Select word. Okay, we'll just check word library. This is the thing that we have to do. Select random word. This is not actually user input, but it does need to go to the input queue. Because we want to insert our own version of this into that action stream. Maybe action stream is wrong. Event. event stream. Anything else here? Are those all the events that we have to support? This way, these are all recorded by the event. What are we going to call it? Event stream? It's not quite. Oh. I have too many words, too many overloads. Let's see here. Things in replay. Play mode, use animations, or preset rejects. Those are things that will matter during playback. Things like color doesn't matter, volume doesn't matter. So that all can not be overwritten. Game config, game events, recordable events. So let's think about this. Play mode determines what happens. I'll have a timestamp. Okay, okay. So it says record a playback before we can play it back. How do we put this in the journal and not in the scratch buffer? This is more of a design thing. Those things have to go to a replay. Those things have to go to a replay. Okay. Is this everything? I think so. So I guess we'll call it an event stream. So let's go back to scheduler. Static constant x events event count. We'll throw a number in. We will int m underscore max num active animations. I would like to keep track of multiple things here. Int underscore max events. I guess. And an event is going to be just a function. So button event. Animations. Events. Event stream. Max event count. Add event. I think that's it. Okay, so I need to initialize these to zeros. I think we need all the animations we've got here. I very much doubt that we need 256 events. It would be nice to know what we actually need. Okay, so there's some good information there. For each index equals 0, index less than max event count. What's index? Event stream at index equals null. We're going to initialize everything to null and update. After everything else has started? Nope, before everything else has started. Fire off events. And some of them will kick off animations and things that we need. If the index is not equal to null, we will do two things. Once I put braces, I put braces everywhere. Firstly, we call it. Then we set it equal to null. That's basically it. Then we need addEvent. Bool added equals false. If this is null, then event stream at index equals event, and it equals true. If we did not add anything, log error scheduler dot add event not enough. We have used up all the events. We did action sequences, animations. What did I add? Plus active sequence. That's where it is. We called it active sequence. Okay, active animations. That comes down in this region. Active animations gets incremented. Maybe we break some of these up into functions. It's getting a little bit crowded in here. Process, action sequences, process animations, process events. Start up the queued ones, update the active ones. Then animations. Just a moment. Okay. And this is animations. So we want these in the order we process them in. Events, then action sequences. This comment anymore. This is a two-piece process. That's fine. Process animations. Okay. So I said events, action sequences, animations. Process events, process action sequences, process animations. So process animations, active animations plus active animations is greater than actions. Maximum number of active animations equals active animations count. Okay, so that all tracks with that. Process events. Event count equals 0. Plus plus. Event count is greater than underscore. The maximum number of events. Maximum events. Maximum events equals event count. Scene. A lot more stuff. Next scheduler active events. Action sequences and animations. Okay, that's shabby. We'll get good data this way. GameScene has changes. I did have. Oh, just typo. Okay. All right. Clean and build. All right, we are going to get this broken into one clean, easy place to record the game. Oh, so close. If only we could type double colon. Apparently that's too hard. Too much work. Can't do it. Okay. No events, one sequence, one animation. Okay. Okay. What we have here is a lot of stuff. So we can copy this, do that, this. We can clear, go to this one. East. No. What happened? Did we lose or not lose? Uh-oh. We're stuck. Thanks. Okay, so animations 148, action sequences 241. Okay. Good info, good to know. Now, events. In GameScene, we talked about every single one that needs to be done. Enter letter. This one right here. So we're going to go _scheduler dot add event. This key. I think that's basically it. _scheduler dot add event. This. So that's the first four. Lecture clicked. This one. This an index. Use letter index. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe put both of these inside there. Easy. That's done. Mark swap. Show deduction space. Copy and then select random word. Um, okay. Let's just see how that goes. Whoa, well, well, well. Huh. Okay. If it's not null, fire it, make it null, and then move on. Oh, I know what happened. Break. There we go. Instead of adding 256 copies of the same event, but that's a lot better. Okay. Now, okay. So I keep making the most useless apps to test this interpreter. Yeah, debugging programming language can make you feel rather silly. Like, let me see. Maybe I can grab a quick. Um, oh, let's see here. Maybe code tool. Like, let me see here. Where's my loop? Yeah. So the toy language I made. It just, yeah, cranks out nothing helpful. But it does test all the different looping structures, so. Okay, so basically, this all seems to be working. My inputs seem to behave. Let's just. Can we beat this word? EAD has 2, so L, C are out. Human. Oh, UARD. We could copy this into each other notebook and do A, E, D, A not E, D, A not A, B, D. Looking for contradictions. And there's our first contradiction. Toads doesn't work. Boom. Clear it. This one. MON, I or S, U or R, therefore T, UH, PRI, RHI, ISHU. Okay, what about this journal? This notebook? DE already has a contradiction, so it has to be this one. U or R, therefore not P. Not S. Therefore I, therefore not RH. Therefore U. Something or other audit. Okay. Yeah, everything seems to be working. So, and we had one maximum event, which kind of makes sense. Like, human input is not that fast. So I would expect within a frame that I'm able to clear a whole bunch of events. So we can actually shrink, I think, how big that is to like 16. You're not going to get 16 user inputs in a single frame. Okay. Wait. Did I do set letter clicked? Yeah, I guess. Okay. Oh, I guess we should have brought that into the journal here. User input buffer. Via the scheduler. So that seems to be working. For recordable events. So the question is, how to add scheduler event recording. Should I add scheduler event use and other scenes? Parameter. Anything else? Let me think. So those are some open questions we have. We can actually start a recording eventually. Do I want to start doing that today? CRC hash something. Some verification. Okay. What else? We can start with the CRC because that's an easy thing, but I would like something more, maybe cryptographically secure would be nice, but I don't have to think about that. Okay. Now, cryptographically secure verification. Input buffer by the scheduler. Replay design things needed in a replay. Okay, so let's take a look at these things. Play mode is going to be an integer. Use animations is going to be a small integer, like a byte. These will both be a byte. Let's see here. Let's just do sizes. Start timestamp. Local time, 32-bit. Then we go bigger, I don't know. Let's just call this a 32-bit for starters. This will be 1 byte. 1 byte's enough. This is an actual string. Up to 26. This needs the key. Let's go to GameScene. What are we looking at here? Enter key. Enter letter. Key is an input key. I don't think a key goes past 2 bytes. Yeah. So we can find a byte with 2 bytes. For the key code. This one could be 1 byte. This could be 2 bytes. 1 byte. 1 byte. 3000 means we need 2 bytes. And then we need basically operational code, opcode for each of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Oh no, there's 3 others. 3 more. So that still fits in a byte. Okay, so we need 3 more things in there. Clear back. I need to see what the callbacks are. Surrender or back. Clear deductions. Reject those things. So those 3 need to be in the input queue or the scheduler event stream, whatever we're calling it. But in essence, one byte opcode, 2 bytes arguments, 1 byte arguments, 2 bytes arguments, 1, 1, 2. Yeah, we're going to pack this pretty small, I think. Oh, and the timestamp. Timestamp will be a float or double. Double timestamp. Mostly we just want to surrender. I'll surrender or back. This is a function we need to break out. GameScene. Surrender or back. Void. surrender. This is m_scheduler add event this surrender. No. Okay, next one. Clear deductions. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna see the slide. Click. Clear deductions. Click. Reject preset. Click. All right. Clear deduction. If we go to clear deduction. Click. Scheduler not add event. It's deductions. Oops. Basically the same thing here. Reject. This m_scheduler dot add event. This reject preset. Yeah. That goes aside. Let's just do a full delete, make sure it's good. Got good progress going here. In terms of replay, I wasn't sure how far we would get today, but it's pretty good. So far, I've only got one argument. We could do variable arguments. We might do that one. Okay. Make sure those still work. Okay, there we go, there we go. Okay, I'm obviously got a mistake somewhere, so we can clear. Reject. Clear. This render still works. Good. Still only one active event in our queue, so that's great. Journal. Um, so I don't want to actually store the random word. What I want to store is the random seed. Last seed. Uh, I was looking at my Rust directory earlier and thought about making something and then convinced myself not to do that. Myself. Yeah, there are too many cool projects to work on. I tried the Rust, and I never really got the hang of it. If the computer can't do a good enough job of figuring out my memory, then it should stop trying to manage my memory. Tripling me so the computer can try to track memory is backwards. If they do nothing and a record the opcode. I'm not sure it belongs in the scheduler. This feels like kind of a specialty thing. Maybe it only goes in the game scene. Maybe it just goes in the game scene. I don't think it belongs in the scheduler. That's correct. Let's see here. I think scheduler should know what these events are or how to record them. It's up to the game scene. Game scene is getting kind of long though. That's not that long. It's not even 2,000 lines. Not even. Okay, I guess with that thought, scheduler. We are pulling this thing out. Going into game scene. X events now goes away. Event becomes a thing we do there. Scheduler. No longer do that. Add event. Animation. So let's game scene. Cheat. Do the layout. This will become a game scene addEvent. Process events. Void process events. On update, we're going to do everything else. Then process events, which should be basically the same place in the process as for what is in scheduler. As the scene updates, then the scheduler runs. So this is the same timing wise. Okay, all right. Then what? Then we've got. Let's see how that works out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Since private companies know about this, except this thing. Scheduler, I've got to remove that one. Oh, that has to be initialized. See. It's there, I think. It seems to be working. Steak, that's fine. Okay, so that seems good. Here's my last commit. Oh, GameScene now uses an event queue for recordable events. For now, just uses like this. There, I'm not happy with that. I had a problem thinking git status, git add everything, git commit. GameScene now has a events process for game events that we will want to record. Okay. But that is not the end of it. Because we're not actually recording anything, and what we're doing is handing it a whole function pointer, which is not what we want. We want to hand it an opcode and some arguments. Let's go back up here. User input buffered. This is actually called recordable events buffered. Stream or a queue. Let's get commit dash dash min dash dash no edit. There we go. Okay. The next part is kind of the fun part here. I've got time. Instead of pointers, should have opcodes and vargs. For recordable events. And here we go. So down here, these ones. Boom. Now into GameScene.h. Privately, what we need is an enum class of event opcodes, roughly like this. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, now it's all warped. Okay. Now, Um, right, letter, delete, letter, submit, yes, clear gas, letter clicked, reduced, letter. Okay, so there's our event opcodes. Opcode, opcode, dot, dot, dot. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get our opcodes. Case. Oops. Not where I wanted those at all. I want that down here. There we go. Okay. Now, I guess we should scope these properly. Okay. Now, enter letter is 2 bytes. Actually, why is that 2 bytes? I don't think I need to do that. I think we can get away with 1 byte. Unit 8. Letter clicked. So swap reduced letters needs 2 bytes. I could pack that all into one byte. I could pack it into less, but so I would need 1, 2, 3 bits, 2 bits each. Now we can fit this into one. We can pack it. No, we'll go 2 bytes. There's no reason to be greedy. Swap deduction space. Chunk of copy. This copy can be done in 1. Library. So that I think it needs to be 2 select words. Select a random word. Select word. Select random. So select word means (16-bit). Oh. 2T. That's a double. Hold on a second. Select a random word. Reseed. Last seed. So this is 32 bits. So those are all 1 byte, 2 bytes, 4 bytes. None of the rest of this, I think, needs any parameters at all. All of these need a 1 byte argument. This needs 2 byte arguments. This needs that. All right. Okay, so let's start with delete letter. What we're going to do is this. Get this delete letter. Then we do this. Same thing for submit guess. Clear guess. Mark deduced letter. Select random word. Surrender. Clear reductions. Reject. Preset characters. Select word. Okay. Where are we at? 5:30. Okay, now I have to go refresh my memory on how std works. An example. Value equals v8 arg. Basically that. Oops. That's not right. Why did that not copy? Copy. I'm trying to copy code here. Uint 8t. A B, I guess. We're gonna go. Yes, there are good. Be a list. Be a start. Args after. Be a args. A equals args. Okay. A. Now enter letter. That was called before, so let's just put a XYZ here to find later. The old XYZ debugging. From our key. Our key is relative to A, between A and Z. And therefore, we can actually get just the 1 byte, which is this plus key. Then we static cast that to an input key of this one. That may be the most complicated one we have to do. Better predict. Do something. I think varg increments. varg. Modifies the state of the VA list. Perfect. It is a character. That's fine. Copy introductions, please. Select word. Now, the easiest thing here is word library. Actually, it's except oh, that's already there is. Unit 32T, 16T, 32T. That's sure. VAR words. Where is my last scene? Abstract RNG. Seed initial seed int. I should change all these to select word. This is also where our recording is going to happen in this addEvent method. Select word. Select random. Okay. Nothing's calling this. So let's just see if it compiles. X is not captured. I agree. All right. Mark. Deduced letter. Oh, that was also a 1 byte. Entry. Word library. Okay. Oh. Int A just becomes ints, huh? That is a little odd, but okay. Which means we don't actually need X. Yes, I know X wasn't declared. It's A now. Which I guess means now here. Okay, it compiles, but nobody's using it. Let's see if we can use it. What's for dinner tonight? I just ate tuna fish and crackers. Didn't feel like cooking. Yeah, fair enough. Crackers. Worst tasting crackers by default, too. Saltines. Yeah, there are better crackers. Saltines can work in a soup, like especially if you're sick, you just need that extra salty warm broth on your throat. But yeah, if you're gonna eat cheese and crackers, like get a good butter cracker or wheat thins or something with a little more flavor. Saltine's not the best. I agree. Okay. I'll do this a little differently. Let's do not do lambdas at all. Let's just invoke it here. Or we add in an event. We don't need to be this fancy. Right? Right. Overthinking this. Need an event. All we can do is recording the events or playing them back in this format. Why overcomplicate things? We have the other event stuff. Step one is, of course, go to all the other addEvent things, or the simple ones, and make it use this new thing. addEvent render. Okay. So what we need then is a GameScene. Event OpCode render. Let's just addEvent. GameScene event OpCode render. Where's the next addEvent? We're going to skip that one for now. Do this one. Submit. Yes. All right, we're getting close to time to wrap it up. Let's do what we can here. Enough to test. So that's 3. We got submit guess, clear guess, and surrender. Just want to see if they work. Then we can run through and do the rest of the play. All right, so ASDF escape. Okay, so that works. That was clear guess. Good. Okay, and then what was the other one? Surrender. Okay. So this is going to work. Delete letter. Okay, this add letter is the one weird one. Enter letter, and we are going to need event.keycode minus input EA. That's right. If it's not, I will be very sad. Okay. Oh. Lunch toads. Okay. So that seems to be working. I guess I didn't delete letter. We should run that. Okay. That's working. addEvent. clicked at index. Event. Event. Event OpCode. Used letter. At that index. Code. Okay. GameScene event code. Object. Set characters. I want this one to go away. Means this is going to go away. all of this event processing is going to go away. And process events. All right, addEvent. There's a code. Okay, I think that's it. Much simplification, much better. I tend to agree with you, compiler. Okay, looks like we're in a good state to run a quick test. But we first have to clean. And then we'll wrap this up for the week, because tomorrow is Compiler's Day. I like Compiler's Day. It's my brain shifted to different gears. Let's see, the parser refactored from 1,700 lines of code to 73. That's a pretty good compression ratio here. Let's see here, 73 over 1,700. Yeah, you're at what 4.3% the size you started with. Nice. That is efficiency. That's what we like to see. Okay. Okay. Might as well check other things. A, E, not D, A, not E, D, not A, E, D. Looking for contradictions. M-O-R-T. There's my contradiction. This one goes away. This one, those are all good. Those all go away. I is in, R is out. There's my contradiction. Next. One. M-O sub T-O. No M. No R. No P. Okay. E. Logs. There we go. Everything except W and X. Detox. Honestly, this is working pretty good. Yeah. I think we're done here with that change. So journal. The function pointer should have opcodes and vargs. Yes. Refactored events. GameScene events. You just be opcode and varg based. No lambdas. All right, so what this gets us is here. We now have everything we need to record user actions into a binary state so that we can fill up a buffer. That's what we're going to do. Then we'll save it. Then I'll have to rewire everything for loading and playback, but this is a good day's work. So, git status. Git add everything, git commit -n. GameScene events are now opcode varg driven. That's basically it. Right, we're gonna pause. Ooh, let's see here. If you ever come to New Jersey, try the pork roll. Okay. We have this cured meat that is sort of like a hot dog salami, but in slices like bologna. Okay. It's cooked already, but you cook it again. Yep. And it's extremely good for some reason. Yeah, sometimes those meats, it's all about the spices and the salt, and cured meats are just good stuff. Well, yeah, I'll have to try that if I ever end up in Jersey. I don't think I have any reason to end up in Jersey, but yeah. If you ever end up in my neck of the woods, I'll have to get you a cookie. My wife makes great cookies. Okay, I'm going to sign off there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the chats. Appreciate it. Had a lot of fun today. Good discussions, chit chats, telling some jokes. Got a lot of work done actually. Yeah, I guess we'll do compilers tomorrow, and you have a wonderful evening. See you then.